Tes, tes, tes. Tes. Mr. Muhammad Rahma, can't you hear us? Is it clear? Is it clear? Okay. Okay, thanks. Hello, Mr. Muhammad. Can't you see the slides now? Is that your slide? Alright, yang dari pertama. Ini suaranya digedein dong. Dia mau minta dari slide nomor 1. Home mana home? So, alright, all set. Thank you.
G, G, E, 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 G, C, C, G, G.
C, check.
Udah di tes. Singapore, can you hear us? Mr. Loh? It's clear? All right, thank you. Dari Menko Marves, bisa mendengar suara kami? Menko Marves? Selamat pagi, jelas ya Pak suaranya? Ya, kami bisa mendengar, dari sana bisa terdengar? Oh ya, di sini juga jelas, terima kasih.
was held just a few weeks ago, took this ambition still further by adopting the net zero 2050 target for all international flight operations. They've also agreed that achieving this objective will rely on the combined effect of multiple CO2 emissions reduction measures, including innovative aircraft technologies, streamlined flight operations reducing fuel burn, offsetting via CORSIA, and increase the production and the development of sustainable aviation fuels, the so-called SAFs. While this goal was negotiated among states on an aspirational basis, we should not discount the serious dedication and intent towards this net zero objective on behalf of the world's most advanced industrial economies, including many in the G20. The practical considerations informing these commitments and ambitions are largely based on the current pace of technological and process innovation taking place all over the world. And ICAO is adapting and transforming itself today to help support and accelerate their standardization and adoption. These discoveries and advances in aeronautics, materials, science, renewable energy storage and propulsion, and many other related disciplines provide us with not merely regulatory and policy framework globally, which is both supportive and dependable. I wish to underline this point. Thanks to a global framework, investments, private investments, and the public investment, of course, are facilitated. Sustainable aviation fuels requires huge investments. Private investors are ready to invest, but of course they need the framework, a policy framework. This is what has been adopted by ICAO, and I'm confident that on this basis, ICAO can facilitate the investments, in particular in those regions that need more investments in production of sustainable aviation fuels. Air transport system resilience in the post-COVID era was another important focus in this year's ICAO assembly. The outcomes of ICAO's 2021 high-level conference on COVID-19 and the ministerial declaration it adopted, which provided the impulse to the 2021 G20 summit, as I just mentioned a few moments ago, factored importantly into the ICAO 21st Assembly decisions in this area. Whether with respect to its consideration of the primacy of national public health policy, or its focus on matters regarding testing, vaccination, and the need for mutually recognizable digital applications to certify health status across borders, the G20 priorities on restarting international travel closely parallel ICAO's unified vision for aviation recovery, resilience, and sustainability beyond the global pandemic. Achieving efficient and secure authentication of traveler vaccination status and the test results. I wish to underline that the contactless experience is not just in the context of a pandemic. The pandemic has given the opportunity to elaborate and to work all together in order to establish interoperable mechanisms, in order to have contactless certificates that can cover health status And let's remind that we must be always prepared for further pandemics in the world that could happen, or health crisis, but also experiences that relate to passport control, boarding pass, customer experience, customer checks, and so on. This kind of security, of course. So the contactless experience is something that will become normal in a few years' time, thanks to standards that have been adopted and implementation by states. Several airports are already started implementing, and this is something that will have to be seen as a benefit for the facilitation of traffic and of passengers traffic. During the 41st Assembly, states further endorsed that ICAO must develop a new strategy to better prepare the world for future public health emergencies, as one mentioned. They instructed us also to do so through our CAPSCA, that is the collaborative arrangement for the prevention and management of the public health events in civil aviation, and to establish a comprehensive crisis management framework. I wish to underline that actually the pandemic found ICAO and many other organizations, of course, including the WHO, not well prepared, but we had the system already. That was this CAPSCA, that is a coordinated mechanism of states and ICAO and the WHO. Thanks to the lesson learned, we are now better prepared, and we are working together in order to have a mechanism that could address new emergencies in case that will happen. In this context, I would like to emphasize that ICAO has been proud to support the related efforts of the G20 Health Working Group throughout 2022, bringing our technical tools, know-how, and experience to the forefront of international conversation on safe and expedite international travel. This year's assembly was the largest in ICAO's history, and its significant in-person attendance was a reassuring sign of success of our ongoing efforts to reconnect the world post-pandemic. Notwithstanding it was an hybrid event, we had 2,500 delegates participating, representing more than 100 states, contracted states. More than 60 transport ministers were participating. Notwithstanding it was an hybrid event. This gives a clear indication of the desire of states, of delegates, of representatives to travel. Besides the key decisions, states concluded in these highest priorities for air transport today, many more endorsements were received for our ICAO global planning strategies for safety, security, and air navigation, our policies for liberalized and sustainable economic development of air transport, and for our expanding implementation support and capacity building efforts. And in this subject, I wish to underline once more and congratulate the ASEAN countries that signed yesterday with the European Union the comprehensive air transport agreement. When we refer liberalization, this is a key element for development of air transport, and consequently for the development of social and economic development of countries. So congratulations for the progress in these directions. G20 countries continue to play a very important role in driving global progress in all of these areas, whether through leadership, commitments, or subsidies, and key investments to assist developing states. In aviation today, this leadership is needed more than ever to realize a sustainable future for tourism and trade, and to keep our world and its diverse peoples connected and united in the face of climate change and other risks which are threatening the international order. ICAO therefore looks forward to G20 leadership remaining at the forefront of the new solutions and transformations are now urgently needed so that countries, peoples, and the business continue to benefit and prosper from being better connected by air. Thank you very much for your attention.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the third keynote speech will be delivered virtually by the Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia. So for that, let us focus on the screen for the keynote speech Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Minister Luhut Binsar Panjaitan.
Honorable speakers, distinguished ministers, President of the ICAO Council, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum, very good morning. First, I would like to welcome you to Indonesia. I hope you have a wonderful time here in Bali, Indonesia. I would like to express my appreciation to the organizer for their effort in organizing this important event despite the challenging circumstances. As we gather here in Indonesia, the world is facing a serious unprecedented overlapping crisis, the ongoing pandemic, geopolitical conflicts, high inflation, slow growth, and higher energy and food prices. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has a vision to become a high-income country by 2045. To achieve that vision, Indonesia needs to grow by 5.7% annually over the next 20 years, much higher than our current economic growth of 5%. To meet the growth target, Indonesia currently accelerating development in many sectors. The transformation to higher value-added industry supported by green energy is the near future focus for Indonesia. Another key focus to accelerate the economic growth is to ensure a fast and reliable aviation to support the growing market. I believe aviation is one of the most important sectors to the global economy, with total 3.5 trillion in the world economic activity, like 4.1% of global gross domestic product. However, since 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic has immensely transformed and affect us as society. Global aviation is one of the main sectors hugely affected by the pandemic. The impact is significant. Flights globally were reduced 80% as early 2020. The result is in many businesses declaring bankruptcy, and numerous airlines were forced to shift their operation to cargo flights or rely on carrying on with the just flight of half full passengers. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I'm relieved to say that the current situation in Indonesia, and I believe worldwide today, has considerably improved. Currently, Indonesia has 5.4% growth, economic growth. IMF forecasts the Indonesian economic growth in 2023 will be at 5.2%. The World Bank at 5.3%. And the Bloomberg consensus forecast at 5%. However, while the aviation industry is expected to see some signs of growth in the subsequent years, the road to recovery will be long and difficult. The reality is the pandemic has forever changed the global aviation industry. Its future is like to be more volatile and uncertain than ever before. Government and aviation industry need to be more adaptable and responsive to these changes. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, again, this backdrop, our discussion on aviation recovery should highlight four key priorities. The first key priority is to restore global connectivity, accelerate our travel, tourism, and trade recovery, and reconnected the world. Significant progress has already been made in ICAO. We can point to the adaptation of two important resolutions during the 41st ICAO Assembly that has just convened. Those resolutions will strengthen our global commitment to enable aviation safe and efficient recovery from COVID-19 pandemic and maintain health and safe international air transport during public health emergency. I invite you all to share your perspective on the relevant resolutions and further discuss ways to support countries in implementing their commitments. The second key priority is ensuring the pandemic recovery aims toward a sustainable future. On this issue, I wish to congratulate all of us on historic achievement in adopting climate change ambition at the 41st ICAO Assembly. Indonesia support ICAO's long-term aspirational goal of net zero carbon emission by 2050 for international aviation. I should be based on the state's special circumstances and respective capability, maturity of the aviation market, just transition, national priorities of the transport development and national time frame in accordance with the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. It is also in line with the commitment of Indonesia to supporting the Paris Agreement to reduce carbon emissions. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the third key priority is to encourage more collaboration between states, financial institutions, international partners, and the private sectors. This will help maintain industry and government financial viability, alleviate the imminent liquidity and financial strain on the industry, and more importantly, strengthen the industry resilience to future crises. I encourage this forum to discuss opportunities and challenges faced by the global airline industry related to aircraft finance and leasing during the pandemic and beyond. The fourth key, ladies and gentlemen, priority is to leverage digital solution and other technological innovation to promote secure, seamless, and contactless air travel and deliver a sustainable and resilient recovery for international aviation. I invite this important forum to discuss further high-pressing issues related to innovation, such as regulatory challenges, urban air mobility integration, artificial intelligence, implementation, support, and capacity building. Discussion on those topics will be instrumental in accelerating business recovery in the post-pandemic era and helping governments become more capable and aligned with future pandemic crises. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I would like to reaffirm that we need a shared commitment from all stakeholders. Effort to achieve the aviation sector recovery cannot be done in isolation. A close cooperation and collaboration between the authority, the aviation industry, and all related stakeholders are required to ensure the recovery and development of reliable and sustainable aviation that benefits all of us. Through this event, Indonesia wishes to provide a space where all stakeholders may reconcile and discuss about viable solutions about the issues surrounding the recovery of aviation sector post-pandemic. I'm optimistic that this Bali Aviation Dialogue will contribute to these collective efforts. I encourage all participants to take full advantage of the opportunity we have organized and wish you all an engaging and fruitful discussion. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Indonesia will present the token of appreciation. And for that, would like to invite His Excellency, Minister Saleh bin Nasir Al-Jasir, Minister of Transport and Logistics Services, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, His Excellency, Minister Mau Havanal, Minister State Secretariat of Civil Aviation, His Excellency, Minister Fieng Savad Sipandon, Minister of Public Works and Transport, Lao PDR, His Excellency Mr. Salvatore Shakitano, President of the ICAO Council, and also Senator the Honorable Carol Bro, Deputy Prime Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, and Regional Development of Australia, to please be on position to receive the token of appreciation on the podium. Thank you. Excellencies, please be on the position on the podium. And to present the token of appreciation, we would like to invite the Minister of Transportation of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Budi Karya Sumadi. Ladies and gentlemen, the first token of appreciation will be given to His Excellency Minister Saleh bin Nasir Al Jazir, Minister of Transport and Logistics Services, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. For the second one, would like to invite His Excellency Minister Mau Havanal, Minister State Secretariat of Civil Aviation. The next token of appreciation will be given to His Excellency Minister Fieng Savat Sipandon, Minister of Public Works and Transport, Lao PDR. And the next one will be received by His Excellency Mr. Salvatore Shakitano, President of the ICAO Council. And the last one, but not least, will be received by the Assistant Minister for Infrastructure and Transport of Australia, the Honorable Carol Bro. And after this, we would like to invite all the excellencies to please have a photo session together with His Excellency Mr. Budi Karya Sumadi. We would like to please you to come up on the podium. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform you that the souvenirs is one of our famous fabrics. We call it the Songket fabrics. So this is one of our pride in Bali. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. May I have a big round of applause once again? Thank you, Excellencies and Honorable. You may return to your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you, Excellencies. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, that was our opening ceremony of G20 Aviation Dialogue and Financial Measure for the Aviation Recovery. Once again, may I have a big round of applause for all of us? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. His Excellency Minister Budi Karya Sumadi will be leaving the Nusantara Ballroom. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, our agenda will be adjourned for 20 minutes. In the meantime, please enjoy the coffee and snack provided in the foyer area of the room. And we can remind you to be back in this Nusantara Ballroom at 11 a.m. for the fifth panel session on progress on global action for aviation recovery. Enjoy your break. Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our agenda for today shortly. And for that, we would like to invite everyone to please come inside of the ballroom and please kindly be seated. Thank you.
Mr. Mohammed,
Yes,
Mr. Mohammed,
yes, I can hear you.
we will begin the session one shortly.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Law, can't you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
We will begin the session one shortly. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Law.
we're about to start the first panel session of the G20 Aviation Dialogue regarding the progress on global action for aviation recovery. And our country will be outlining the matters on how can global actions enable the safe and efficient recovery of civil aviation and strengthen resilience in aviation, and what else can be done to drive the pace of recovery, especially in the Asia-Pacific region. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our moderator for today, Mr. Tauma, the Regional Directors of ICAO IPAC. And many of you already know Mr. Ma. He was the IATA's Regional Vice President for Aviation from 2018 until 2021. And before joining IATA's, he was the China's permanent representative to the Council of ICAO or ICAO from 2006 to 2017. And before that, he was the Deputy Director General in the CAAC and spent many years in the Flight Standards Department of CAAC. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we would like to present you, give a round of a big applause for Mr. Tauma.
Okay, good morning. Excellencies, distinguished guests, and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's an honor for me to join you today for the important G20 Aviation Dialogue, which invites some good discussions on the financial measures for aviation recovery in light of the challenge faced by the states and aviation stakeholders while building aviation resilience in the COVID-19 pandemic aftermath. I thank the Ministry of the Transport of Indonesia for inviting me to moderate session 1 regarding the progress on global action for aviation recovery, which I consider a subject with the broader dimensions. However, we will endeavor to capture some of the most important and decisive factors which may potentially speed up the aviation recovery, especially in the Asia-Pacific region context. In the global effort to contain the spread of COVID-19 globally, the government imposed stringent air travel restrictions, closed borders, and severely limited the movement of the people. These decisions, as well as the global economic downturn, has significant impact on the viability of civil aviation industry worldwide. The devastation suffered by the civil aviation industry in turn led to the loss of direct and indirect economic benefits generated by air transport to national economies. After the inception of the COVID pandemic, subsequently a dramatic decrease in air traffic in 2020, ICAO made a tremendous effort to support member states to sustain a flight back pandemic along with aviation recovery. In this process, ICAO has been advocating that states should provide the most appropriate measures for supporting stakeholders across the civil aviation sector, preferably through the regional or international economic cooperation, as well as with the private sector and financial institutions when the need for such support become crucial. We must also recognize that the capabilities of state to provide support to their aviation industry vary significantly in terms of financial resources as well as diverging and competing national level objectives and priorities. It is somewhat a relief that air transport sector survived through the pandemic, but with unprecedented sacrifice of the company liquidation, financial bailout, job losses, etc. In 2019, aviation directly contributed to the creation of 10.2 million jobs and of around 704.4 billion US dollars in global GDP. Because of its in cross-cutting nature and multiple links to other economic sectors, the total economic impact of aviation reaches some 3.6% of the world GDP, equivalent to 2.7 trillion US dollars, with the creation of the 65.5 million jobs. Returning to these pre-pandemic figures should be aspiration and the driver across the aviation industry in the coming years. According to ICAO estimation of the year 2020, there will be an overall reduction of the 580 to 639 million passengers in international traffic, which reflect 31 to 35% of the reduction, with a maximum of the loss of 109 to 121 billion US in gross operation revenues for airlines. The recovery of air traffic needs to be managed safely, securely, and efficiently. Sustainable investment and also required. Substantial investment are also required in the near terms to account for the need of rebuild strong and robust system. And the long-term considerations need to be account for the development and modernization of the quality aviation infrastructure, commensurate with the level of predicted air traffic return and growth. Today, aviation globally has shown regaining its momentum through the potential differences in resilience and consistency of recovery do exist across different geographic regionals, where Asia Pacific performance somewhat lags behind the rest of the world. So against this backdrop, ladies and gentlemen, I propose to start our discussion on this session, that the progress on aviation action for aviation recovery. For that, I wish to welcome our eminent panel members who are joining us today. So only two join us in person, the other two join us virtually. So they are the Novi Rianto, Secretary General of Ministry of Transport in Indonesia, Mr. Conrad Clifford, Senior Vice President and Deputy Director General, International Air Transport Association. We also have another two who are presented with us virtually, Mr. Long Nang Singh, Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Transport Singapore, and also Mr. Muhammad Rafa, Director of the Air Transport Bureau, International Civil Aviation Organization. So welcome all of you, distinguished panel members. So on the subject of the progress of global aviation for aviation recovery, I first of all invite Mr. Muhammad Rahma, Director of Air Transport Bureau at ICAO, to speak. So before, let me briefly introduce Mr. Rahma. Mr. Muhammad Rahma assumed his position as a Director, Air Transport Bureau of ICAO in April 2020. Before his appointment, Ms. Rahma was the Regional Director of ICAO Middle East Regional Office since March 2016. The current work portfolio of Mr. Rahma covers a wide range of global aviation domain, including air transport, aviation security and facilitation, and environment protection, as everybody will know him through this, I believe. And prior to joining ICAO, Ms. Rahma was the Undersecretary of the International and Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Civil Aviation, Egypt, and previously the advisor of the Egyptian Minister for Civil Aviation. Ms. Rahma has 30 years of aviation experiences in various fields, including aviation management, airline management, operations, safety training, corporate communication, and crisis management. He has many achievements to accredit. He holds a master's degree in aviation management. Also, I should let you know that Ms. Rahma is also currently a secretary of ICAO Council Aviation Recovery Task Force, we call CART. So now let's have the over to you, Mr. Rahma, for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Matao. Do you hear me well? Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you for the kind introduction, Matao, and good day, Excellencies, distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and pleasure to participate remotely. It is close to midnight here in Montreal, but it's really a pleasure to join the group in this esteemed G20 Aviation Dialogue on financial measures for the aviation recovery. I look forward to the discussion today and to the exchange of views on how to support and facilitate the aviation recovery, specifically in the Asia-Pacific region. If the presentation is ready, we can put it on the screen. Yes, if you can move to the second slide, please. As you are aware that ICAO has been in the forefront of international efforts to drive the recovery of travel from COVID-19. Aviation, as we all know, is key to international supply chain and trade and business and tourism, as we heard from previous speakers, meaning that a strong recovery of aviation is imperative. And ICAO's long developed expertise and leadership in the areas including the secure travel documents and trust frameworks for credential verification means that we have relevant specialized knowledge to put to the table for discussion. We have leveraged this knowledge in our position as nexus for public and private sector information to share this information and also for cooperation with various stakeholders to bring forward guidance and recommendations through the Council Aviation Recovery Task Force, the CART, as we all heard from the previous speakers and also from the President of the Council. The CART documentation in general has underpinned that recovery is not only in aviation, but also is needed for travel industry in general. If we move to the next slide, please, let me start by first give you a very brief update on the state of the industry and the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the aviation industry. Next slide, please. The COVID-19 pandemic has a devastating impact on the civil aviation across the globe, with a drastic reduction of air traffic and substantial impact on industry financials. So the COVID-19 pandemic is not only the hardest, but the longest crisis that was faced by aviation. I recall in 2020, in the month of April 2020, specifically on the 18th of April, international traffic has reached almost zero. So there was no international traffic in this very specific day. So it was the hardest crisis that hit the aviation along all the aviation history. According to our economic impact analysis of COVID-19, the number of passengers fell drastically by 60% in 2020 compared to the previous year of 2019. And this was followed by a slow and moderate recovery in 2021 due to the resurgence of the pandemic. The beginning of this year, 2022, was marked by the proliferation of Omicron variant globally. Nevertheless, air traffic rebounded quickly as many states gradually eased their border and travel restrictions. And air travel recovery has accelerated in the past few months. We have seen a surge of travel in the summer holidays. And honestly, this rebound was better than expected before. For 2020 as a whole, the world passenger traffic is estimated to recover to over 70% of the pre-pandemic level. So we're not yet there at the recovery point. We're still losing 30% of the traffic that was in 2019. Next slide, please. The pace of travel recovery varies significantly from region to region. For Asia Pacific, this region was leading the travel recovery in 2020. However, the region has been lagging behind other regions since the end of the fourth quarter of 2021 due to the tight COVID-19 related restrictions that are still in place in some states in the Asia Pacific region. From January to August this year, the passenger numbers of Asia Pacific region have recovered to only around 50% of the pre-pandemic level. So we're still far from the 2019 traffic levels, especially the international traffic. Recent data shows that more countries in the region have started to fully open the borders and lift travel restrictions, and this will support the air travel recovery in the months ahead. For 2022 as a whole, the domestic passenger travel would recover to almost over 70%. So domestic travel is doing better in Asia Pacific region compared to international travel, which is expected to lag behind domestic recovery and will remain around 60% of the level of 2019. Next slide, please. Of course, you've heard about the recovery effort of ICAO, and ICAO has been determined to support the aviation recovery since the onset of the pandemic. Next slide, please. The work of ICAO Council Recovery Task Force, known as the CART, aimed at providing practical and aligned guidance to governments and industry operators to restart international air transport and recover the industry from the impact of the pandemic on a globally coordinated basis. Actually, the CART was not only formulated by the Council of ICAO, but we have also other international and regional organizations, the industry players, the WHO and other UN agencies, and also other international organizations. So it was a collective global effort to try to find ways through the hardest times of the aviation industry. The CART was tasked to identify and recommend strategic priorities and policies to support states and industry based on 3 pillars that you can see on the screen. First of all is to cope with the challenges. And the second is to facilitate the restart of the aviation operation in a safe and secure and sustainable manner. And the third one is, which is the most important one, and we're still struggling with this third task, which is building a more resilient aviation system for the longer term. Next slide, please. I will not read the whole slide, but the CART has set up 10 key principles for international approach for the restart and the recovery of aviation. In accordance with these principles, the CART provided 20 recommendations that was aiming at globally and regionally harmonized and mutually accepted measures in response to the pandemic. And the 10 key principles and the 20 recommendations are listed here on this slide. Next slide, please. Allow me here to mention that the ICAO's implementation packages, or what we call the IPAC, was an initiative embodying these lessons and recommendations, taking into account the need for detailed guidance as well as adaptation to the individual circumstances. And ICAO is taking its capacity building efforts directly to the states, with the subject matter experts being assigned to states. They can offer detailed guidance to states on a specific technical matters tailored to the circumstances and considering the existing capabilities and legislative realities and the local priorities of each state. Next slide, please. As I said earlier, the recovery in Asia Pacific has been lagging behind the rest of the world. Slow recoveries in air traffic in the region, compounded with the threat of recession, and as we heard His Excellency the Minister, and the geopolitical tension will continue to challenge the global aviation recovery. To drive the pace of recovery in Asia Pacific region, we suggest that the following actions or measures from the aspects of the economic developments of air transport can be considered by the government and industry. First of all, providing support to the aviation sector in line with the ICAO guidance in economic and financial measures to mitigate the impact of COVID-19. And secondly, the removal of regulatory constraints and to create more conducive environment to facilitate and support the aviation recovery and resilience. And the third is to support sustainable funding and financing in modernizing the aviation infrastructure and other investment needs. And this is in line with recommendation number 10 of the CART recommendations. And number 4 is to promote tourism and international air transport liberalization, including air cargo services to support the trade. And we have seen the role of cargo during the pandemic in transporting the vaccines and also the medical equipments all over the world. So the role of cargo was really very essential during the pandemic. And the last one is increasing the data-driven decision-making through monitoring the recovery trend. And in ICAO, we have launched a dashboard, which we call the Tableau dashboards, that are used by the states and also by the industry to take enlightened decisions with custom-made data that you can use in your decision-making process. Next slide, please. When it comes to providing resources to help implement the policies, and this is actually what we need to focus on in the future, how we achieve interoperability and how to achieve a mutually recognized measures across borders. So the development of the what we call the visible digital seal for non-constrained environment and the health master list are good examples. They both help to facilitate convenient implementation of policies involving vaccinations and health tests. The VDS was built on the existing ICAO approaches to machine-readable travel documents implementation and existing infrastructure. It means it can be implemented cost-effectively and quickly, typified by the recent implementation in some of the states like Australia and Japan and Samoa and Tuvalu as well. So there are a lot of states that are applying this technical framework for issuing their health certificates. And you can see also on the right side the health master list, which is a resource to facilitate the interoperability among different health proofs formats and is made available as a public good free of charge to help states to be more convenient and also cost effective to verify the health proofs in their aviation and travel processes. And this is very important. We understand that a lot of states are doing a lot of measures unnecessarily just because they don't trust other certificates, other health certificates that are produced by other states. So the need to authenticate these certificates is really an essential part of the process and of the interoperability process. Next slide, please. Quickly, in the last couple of slides, I will highlight the relevant outcome of the ICAO General Assembly that was held last month. It ended actually this month on the 7th of October. The Assembly provided an opportunity to focus on the policy development and also to give the chance to have an international aviation community together to build the buy-in and what needs to be done to move forward and to build resilience for the industry. Next slide, please. First of all, with respect to the economic regulations of international air transport policy, and the Economic Commission of the Assembly addressed a number of issues, including the financial measures addressing the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, and also the ongoing work of the air transport regulation panels on the development of a draft convention on foreign investment for airlines, and also the liberalization of cargo and economic guidance for international operations of unmanned aircraft. The second aspect of economic of airports and air navigation services, also there was guidance related to assist states in addressing their long-term infrastructure funding and financing needs. And the third, regarding the aviation data monitoring and analysis, the Commission discussed, among other subjects, also the development of the Global Aviation Competitive Index, and also the long-term forecast and the advanced ICAO COVID-19 dashboard, which I mentioned earlier. In the facilitation area, if you can move to the next slide, please. The Assembly deliberates on the outcomes of the high-level conference of COVID-19 that was held in October 2021, and the facilitation program agenda items with a wide variety of topics that were discussed, leading to the several Assembly resolutions related to the recovery and resilience. To name a few of them, there was a declaration on the air transport facilitation affirming the global commitment to enable the safe and efficient recovery of aviation from the COVID-19 pandemic and to make the aviation more resilient in the future. And there was also another resolution on maintaining the health and sustaining safe international air transport during public health emergencies affecting air travel, and also the strategy on the disaster and risk reduction and response mechanism in aviation, which is really needed in the if we will have to face a future crisis. I think this is my last slide, but to summarize, looking across the elements identified in my presentation, we saw that policies need to be harmonized, and they need to be shaped and agreed upon now to become part of what we already have when the next public health event challenges us in the future. We saw that the resources should make global implementation feasible, with global interoperability being a key consideration. And this means that implementation must be feasible and cost effective for all the states. And the reuse of existing capabilities and infrastructure can certainly help. We also see that the implementation is vital consideration that needs to be borne in mind at all times. Tailored implementation is needed and must begin now so that our tools and capabilities and structures are exercised and can be available when needed. This is the only possible through multiple stakeholders collaboration at all levels. So ICAO cannot work alone. Member states, industry, international organizations, other agencies should continue the collaboration to try to achieve the level of resilience that are required at this stage. Allow me here to highlight also our engagement with WHO and the G20, as mentioned by the President of the Council during the opening, and also other stakeholders on an ongoing basis, and also with a lot of mutual recognitions of health proofs as one example. We are inputting knowledge and expertise to continue to implement and also put into practice these important initiatives. In representing aviation in these health-focused discussions, we are making sure that our sector needs are recognized and are heard globally, because sometimes when decisions are made on the global level, aviation voice is not heard. So we're trying to make aviation voice is loud and clear and heard all over the globe. There is an old saying that one should use the period of calm to prepare for the storm, and the travel and aviation ecosystem are currently experiencing relatively calm period to what has been going in the past 2 years. Yet the next storm may be just around the corner. We have to be ready. We need to prepare actively and effectively now, and I mean now. We don't have to wait. With this, I will stop here, Matao, and thank you very much for your attention. And I will be ready for the discussion after the. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Especially thank you for joining us from Montreal in the midnight. Thank you. In order to save the time, I will turn to a second speaker. So the next, I'm going to invite the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Transport of Singapore, Mr. Lo Nai Sin, to speak. So please.
Of ICAO, Mr. Conrad Clifford, Deputy Director General and Senior Vice President of IATA, Mr. Novi Rianto Rihajo, Secretary General of the Ministry of Transportation, the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Muhammad Khalifa Rama, Director of Air Transport Bureau of ICAO, whom we've just heard, Mr. Matao, Regional Director of ICAO. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to this morning's G20 Aviation Dialogue, and to our Indonesian friends for your warm hospitality over the past few days. I've just returned at midnight yesterday from Bali after a series of ASEAN Transport Minister meetings, and I'd like to thank once again SecGen Novi for his warm hospitality, and as well for hosting this very useful platform this morning for the exchange of views. It is a timely juncture for us to take stock of what has gone well and to set up what we must do individually and collectively as states, global aviation organizations, and industry to secure the recovery of air travel and build a strong runway for future growth. In the 6 months since Singapore reopened our borders to all fully vaccinated travelers since April this year, air travel has recovered steadily. The number of flights at Changi Airport has recovered to nearly 2/3 of pre-COVID-19 levels, and we expect further recovery to about 80% of pre-pandemic flight volumes by the end of the year. Passenger volumes have also grown healthily to around 60% of pre-COVID volumes in September, just last month. This strong recovery was possible because other countries in our region, including Indonesia, Malaysia, and South Korea, had also removed testing and quarantine requirements around the same time Singapore did. More recently, Hong Kong, Japan, and Taiwan have relaxed their border restrictions, especially for vaccinated travelers. This will further spur the recovery of air travel in the Asia-Pacific region, especially over the upcoming northern winter travel season. Notwithstanding this, we must be prepared that the COVID-19 situation can change suddenly. The past 2 years have reinforced the need for bilateral and multilateral platforms to facilitate the exchange of information as well as to coordinate our responses to the pandemic. We should continue to maintain platforms like the ASEAN Health Ministers and Transport Ministers meetings amidst the evolving COVID-19 situation. We should also continue to set up mechanisms for the exchange of health-related information to facilitate safe cross-border travel and enable better harmonization of our respective border measures. One example is the digital documentation of COVID-19 certificates being developed by the World Health Organization with the support of the G20 countries. This will pave the way for a globally interoperable digital verification system for the various COVID-19 certificate standards available today. Now, as air travel recovers, we must also restore traveler confidence by rebuilding capacity and capabilities for safe and seamless travel. Many airports around the world have struggled to ramp up their operations and manpower to cope with the demand for travel as borders reopened. As many of us will appreciate, such capacity challenges can have a severe knock-on impact on the entire aviation ecosystem. For example, mishandled baggage will have downstream implications on destination airports, which will then have to dedicate more resources to sort out baggage for passengers. Flights that depart late will in turn cause terminal congestion at destination airports due to flight bunching. A sudden cancellation of flights or missing bags will mar the passenger experience and undermine traveler confidence to fly. This is not a problem that can be solved individually by only the airports, the airlines, or the ground handlers. To gear up for recovery, all stakeholders in the entire aviation value chain must work hand in hand to build up their respective capacities and capabilities. This will enable us to create positive travel experiences and restore people's confidence to travel. Now, beyond the immediate recovery, there is good reason to be optimistic about the longer-term prospects for aviation growth in the Asia-Pacific, driven by the growth of economies and a fast-growing middle class in Southeast Asia and South Asia. To fully tap on the potential of air travel in the region and also to maximize the economic benefits for our respective peoples, it is important that we focus on 3 key priorities. First, to ensure safety as air travel continues to grow. Second, to enable our carriers to strengthen air links. And third, to decarbonize air travel. Let me touch on each of these key priorities. First, as demand for air travel increases and skies get busier in our region, aviation safety must remain our top priority. COVID-19 has presented unprecedented challenges for aviation safety, such as the lack of familiarity with protocols and the airworthiness of aircraft under storage. Across the board, we should strengthen the safety regime and uplift overall standards to soar safely together. One such area that we need to work closely together to ensure safety as air traffic grows is air traffic management and air navigation arrangements, which are cross-boundary in nature. We must work together to ensure that regional air navigation arrangements continue to uphold the safety and efficiency of civil aviation. It is this shared and common commitment that underpins the efforts between Singapore and our regional partners to enable more harmonized and interoperable procedures and operations, such as those under the ASEAN Air Navigation Services Master Plan and the ICAO Asia Pacific Seamless Air Navigation Services Plan. Such regional cooperation in air traffic management will enhance safety, efficiency, and help reduce carbon emissions in our increasingly crowded skies. Secondly, to enable our carriers to enhance connectivity within and beyond the region, we should continue to adopt a liberal aviation policy through bilateral and multilateral open skies agreements to give airlines the flexibility to respond to market opportunities. In this regard, the signing of the ASEAN-EU Comprehensive Air Transport Agreement, the world's first block-to-block air services agreement, is an important milestone in strengthening connectivity and promoting economic development between ASEAN and the EU. And third, we must take the decisive action to decarbonize air travel. Each of us must continue to invest in global and regional efforts for sustainable air travel. Singapore has strived to do so on multiple fronts. Most recently, on the sidelines of the 41st ICAO Assembly, we signed a Memorandum of Cooperation on Sustainable Aviation with the United States of America and a Memorandum of Understanding with the United Kingdom to update our Open Skies Agreement, as well as affirm both countries' commitment to sustainable aviation. In April this year, we also signed a Memorandum of Arrangement on this same topic with New Zealand. And of course, at the recently concluded ASEAN Transport Ministers meetings over the last few days, I have also, together with my minister, engaged our ASEAN ministerial counterparts to ensure that sustainable aviation remains one of the top priorities for the coming years on the ASEAN agenda. I would like to thank ICAO for your leadership in building global consensus on the importance of sustainable aviation, especially in light of the successful outcomes of CORSIA's periodic review and the long-term aspirational goal at the ICAO Assembly. In particular, the establishment of Net Zero 2050 long-term aspirational goal is a historic moment for the aviation sector, which will provide important direction and create certainty for the industry and investors. I'm also very glad that key stakeholders such as IATA and Airports Council International have committed to their own targets to reduce the aviation sector's carbon footprint. Finally, we must not only create the capacity for recovery and growth, but also the capabilities to do so. It is therefore equally important that we grow our aviation workforce and equip them with the knowledge and skill sets to innovate, seize new opportunities, and adapt to disruptions. These are the very people, our workers, who will help rebuild air travel, keep our skies safe, enhance and expand our air links, and realize our ambition to decarbonize air travel. Only and only by investing in growing our pool of aviation professionals will we be able to bring to fruition our shared vision of a more efficient, sustainable, and resilient aviation ecosystem. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Permanent Secretary. Now I'll turn to the third speaker, Mr. Novi.
Indonesia milestone on aviation recovery. Please, I would like to share the PowerPoint, please. Thank you. Next slide, please. The aviation industry are heavily affected by COVID-19 in Indonesia. When the pandemic hit in March 2020, the total carried passenger from April to June 2022 declined by 90.3 for domestic and 98.3 for international. Carried cargo also experienced a decline of 39.4% for domestic cargo and 56.4% for international cargo compared to January until March 2020. The aviation industry and economic activities were put on hold in the effort to stop the spread of the COVID-19 virus. In 2021, the challenge continues when the Delta variant of COVID-19 spread across the world and reached Indonesia in May 2021. The aviation industry again experienced devastation, although the international cargo experienced a slight increase of 5%. In 2022, the aviation estimated that the condition will get better. So in 2024, the number of carried passenger and cargo were nearly the same in 2019. In terms of aircraft utilization in Indonesia, we can see a declining trend compared to 2019 utilization before the pandemic happened. Moreover, any aircraft are grounded due to financial reasons. In 2022, the trend started to increase as the situation gets better. The economy gets raised and the demand for air transportation increases. Slide number 4, please. To support economic development during the pandemic, the government of Indonesia carried out 2 measures. The first one is the state regulatory support measures. The establishment of policies. First, provide subsidy for air passenger services tariff as certain designated airport for certain period. After second wave of the COVID-19 hit Indonesia, Directorate General of Civil Aviation Indonesia provides subsidy for air passenger services tariff to restore domestic flight condition to aircraft passengers to travel by air transport. And then also allowing airlines to impose a fuel surcharge. The highest percentage for fuel surcharge imposed is 10% for aircraft with jet machine and 20% for aircraft with a propeller machine based on its service class. And then also the operational guideline regarding the COVID-19, DGCA issued 30 operation circular letters during COVID-19 situation related guideline regarding COVID-19 and air travel restriction, and also various adjustment relating procedures and period of license and certification. We also we conduct also optimization of airport operating hours. During the pandemic, aircraft operating hours are not optimal. The interval between the flight is longer to avoid passenger accumulation at the terminal. Temporary suspension of slot allocation rules. Since summer 2020 to summer 2021, the DGCA Indonesia has implemented slot waiver policy by granting historical slots for the next mirroring period, provided that the unused slot had been returned to the slots manager or EASM, providing the opportunity of reoperation reinstate slot once the airline have new plans in the current season period. And also we conduct temporary elevation of regulatory restriction to air cargo operation. DGCA Indonesia support airline to expand their air cargo operation by issuing 5 supplement type certificate and local approval to convert passenger aircraft to become cargo configuration aircraft, adopting the ICAO guidance. Next slide. And also the second one, state financial support measures. Financing of restructuring. COVID-19 pandemic has generated a significant revenue decrease for air transport companies. It's a big challenge for their business commitment to creditors. The government of Indonesia grants financial aid for the state-owned airline to restructuring and support the debt payment rescheduling with the creditors. Relief of aviation-related taxes, charges, and fee. The Ministry of Transportation this year implemented the provision of Rp0 non-tax state revenue for airport services to national airlines that operate to or from airport managed by DGCA Indonesia. In order to reduce operating costs, the ministry has also proposed to relevant stakeholders to apply. First, competitive offer on aviation fuel purchasing for the industry. Second, reduce the value-added tax or VAT of aviation fuel to 5%. The third one is also subsidize air passenger services tariff at certain designated airport to support economic and logistical activities that are expected to stimulate economic growth. We also provide the incentive of calibration fees of air navigation policies. During the pandemic, DGCA Indonesia provide air navigation facilities calibration incentive. It is expected to be continued until the end of 2022. We also operate subsidies of route-specific grants. The government of Indonesia maintains the connectivity of air navigation services, especially for 3 criteria area: remote, borders, and outmost through subsidized pioneer of air transport, and also granting privilege to national airlines which are serving virgin route by allowing to serve 2 years without competitors subject to flight sustainability. And also we provide subsidy for air passenger services tariff, as I have mentioned in previous slide. 7th slide, please. Lesson learned from the pandemic, Indonesia encouraged strategic to support aviation industry resilience. Slide 8, please. Strategy to strengthen the aviation industry are as follows. Encourage a more flexible and mutually beneficial partnership between air operators and lessors. Air operators could negotiate with the lessor directly and also encourage operational efficiency by airport operators by considering eco-airport management. Airport operators should have a strategy for optimizing the use of area, facilities, and resources so as to reduce operational costs. We also streamline the global protocol relating public health emergencies, security of travel, and health-proof document relief and repatriation flight. It will be crucial in the recovery process for air travel. Few areas to be considered are universal measure protocols to be implemented by airline, which could perhaps draw up by ICAO's facilitation file committee in cooperation with the World Health Organization, WHO, and also IATA. An efficient quarantine protocol is also sometimes something that the ICAO file committee could try to establish with WHO. Lastly, a globally recognized machine-readable health-proof document, even though we understand that it's still challenging, but we believe this will be one of the solutions. Plan to provide the continuation incentive of calibration fee and airport service for our airline. During the pandemic, DGCA Indonesia provide air navigation facilities calibration, airport services incentive. It is expected to be continued until 2022. We also optimize our aircraft utilization based on safety measures through policies related extension period and postponement of license and certification, and also various adjustment in procedures. The last one also collaborating with local government to support the connectivity. Together with local government, DGCA Indonesia provide subsidy for pioneer air transport in certain routes to encourage local economic and logistical activities. This is my end of presentation. Next, please. Thank you. I back to you, Mr. Ma.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Novi Rianto. Now we'll turn to the next speaker. We'll invite the Senior Vice President and Deputy Director General, Mr. Conrad Clifford of IATA. Sorry. Hope you join ICAO. Deputy Director General of the IATA. And then, Mr. Conrad Clifford is the Senior Vice President and Deputy Director General of the International Air Transport Association. IATA counts over 390 airlines among its members, who represent more than 80% of all international carriers. Conrad has more than 40 years of experiences in aviation and has senior roles in Cathay Pacific, Virgin Atlantic, Emirates, and other airlines. Before joining IATA 8 years ago, Conrad was a group of CEO of the Monarch Airlines. At IATA, Conrad has responsibility for all IATA regional offices and for the advocacy with the government around the world. Conrad also has responsible for the restart of the recovery task force that IATA established during the pandemic to map the pathway out of the pandemic and restore the aviation to normal operations. So now I will give the floor to Mr. Conrad.
Thank you very much, Regional Director Ma. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for the opportunity to come and talk to you this morning about the state of the industry recovery. And I have to say I was extremely encouraged to hear His Excellency Minister Budi Karya talk about the central role of governments to support and enable the industry to meet its financial commitments and to serve passengers and cargo, because it is such an enabler to the wider economy. It's more important than ever as we come out of the pandemic that sort of support continues, because what we've seen is that where government support has been afforded to industry players, airlines, airports, other stakeholders, we've seen a much faster bounce back from the sort of dip that we've seen, the extreme dip that we've seen in aviation over the last 2 years. And of course, as Mohammed from ICAO pointed out, financial support by governments to the industry is key principle number 8 in the CART, which we actually found to be a very useful initiative. And I must say, I was very heartened to see the measures that Indonesia is putting in place in respect of aviation and trying to build back a stronger and more resilient industry. Next slide, please. So the recovery is well underway. We're looking at removal of restrictions for vaccinated passengers in almost all countries. Very recently, we've seen reduction or removal of restrictions in October in South Korea and in Japan. And gradually, all the other associated restrictions that were put in place are being removed, for example, mask mandates. And it's very, very important that all of these restrictions are progressively removed, because they all otherwise represent barriers to travel, and they hold back demand from the market. Next slide, please. So here's the problem. Asia Pacific, as you can see very clearly here, that bottom bar, it lags the rest of the world significantly in growth versus 2019. And this reflects the slower reopening of markets in Asia Pacific. Domestic travel is doing better than international travel in Asia Pacific, but these levels are August, and in August, international traffic was only 38% of 2019 levels. Of course, it does vary by country, and I'll show you some of the individual states in a moment. But I guess the big impact for everybody at the moment in Asia Pacific is the continuing heavy restrictions in China, because that accounts for such a large proportion of the market. I spoke about the recent changes in Japan and South Korea in terms of removing restrictions. So these are August figures. I would expect very significant improvements from October onwards. Next slide, please. Cargo tends to be a very useful leading indicator for recession. What we normally see in air cargo is a reduction in cargo, which precludes a reduction in the economy. But at the moment, although we see cargo softening and recession fears rising, it's not yet clear that there is definitely a recession on the horizon. We also in America see some kind of a contrast, because the US is technically in recession if you count a recession as 2 quarters of negative GDP growth, but actually employment remains very high in North America. And in fact, that's one of the things fueling inflation to some degree as well, in terms of salaries for particularly for technical staff. So whilst the market is soft, it's not completely clear yet how this will develop. And how are, next slide please, how are individual countries performing? Next slide please. Here we go. So these are July figures. So as I said earlier, I'm expecting significant improvement in a number of countries for October. But in the July figures, it was only Vietnam on the far right that had actually got back to pre-COVID or pre-pandemic levels. So you can see that there's quite a way to go for all of the countries in the Asia Pacific region to get back to pre-pandemic. And it was very interesting hearing Permanent Secretary Loh just now. Of course, you can see Singapore there back in July at minus 58%. And he's confidently expecting that Singapore will be back to about 80% by the end of the year. So we are seeing a sharp uptick towards the end of the year, and also as restrictions are removed country by country. Next slide, please. So recovery could take a while, and recovery is expected in the Asia Pacific region by 2025. This differs from other parts of the world. We expect North America to recover quickest, followed by Europe, and then Asia Pacific. And the reason for this, Unvaccinated passengers still face a lot of restrictions. I mentioned about having mask mandates and other additional restrictions removed. There's still quite a lot of clearing up to do to be able to get back to pre-pandemic levels, facilitating travel. And of course, airlines have experienced simply the worst crisis since the Second World War. And it's taking a long time to get back to normal financial stability for all of our members. We went into this crisis, saw a significant reduction in revenues, and the indebtedness of the industry is 60% greater than it was before we went into the pandemic. Economic headwinds, I mentioned inflation earlier, and this of course is damping down people's disposable income. So it's reducing demand in some markets, and also jet fuel prices, where we've seen a very substantial increase over the recent year. Yeah.
Sorry, okay. Apparently the sound isn't clear. Okay, good. Thank you very much. We're all basically, I think, waiting to see what happens with the China market. As you know, we have the National Party Congress at the moment, and we're waiting to see what happens with that market, because it has such a big impact for our region. Next slide, please. So this is the good news. What we can see very clearly is that there is tremendous pent-up demand as restrictions are removed. And that's true for Asia Pacific as much as it is true for the world. And I'll give you, next slide, please, a very quick example. Hong Kong. So Hong Kong lifted its very severe quarantine restrictions at the end of last month. And we saw a very dramatic increase in bookings on its traditional routes to places like the UK, Singapore, Australia. But of course, Japan also announced a reduction in its caps in the beginning of October. So you saw a tremendous push in bookings for Japan as well. So pent-up demand is still very much there for air travel if the restrictions can be removed. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide. This is really a run through ideas that we have to spur recovery. I've spoken about the removal of remaining constrictions. Digital solutions. One of the big benefits of the pandemic was that specifically in the areas of security, we saw paper processes being digitized, which was a very good thing. We need to hold on to that and make the most of that. We also need to prepare and plan for growth as we come out of the pandemic. And I think there are many lessons to be learned for Asia Pacific from other parts of the world. Consultation is absolutely essential with airlines, with airports, with all of the stakeholders, and with government. Staffing has been a huge problem in certain markets in the USA, in Europe. Again, we can learn lessons from those experiences that could be used very valuably in the Asia Pacific region, and identifying bottlenecks and adjusting capacity in advance. We've got some airports in Europe that have experienced severe problems with security clearance, for example. Had that been thought through a bit earlier, it probably could have been solved better. But the long-term focus is really on sustainability. So digitization is important. But we had the ICAO 41st Assembly in Montreal, and it delivered an outstanding achievement, which was the long-term aspirational goal. And this will give people the trust to actually start to develop and invest in sustainable aviation fuel, which is absolutely the future solution to decarbonizing our industry. So I think as we come out of the pandemic, two things. Firstly, we should learn lessons from what has happened. And I'm very happy that, again, at the 41st Assembly, it was agreed that we would review what happened, we would review CART, and we would come up with lessons learned and recommendations as to how to do it better next time. And then secondly, this whole issue of decarbonization, because that's the long-term challenge that our industry faces. And I guess the final thing I want to say, harking back to the beginning, we need to do this together. It needs to be government. It needs to be all of the stakeholders. We're on our path out of recovery, but we still need to work very hard together to make this a success. Thank you very much. Thank you, Conrad. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Conrad. So let me before we open the questions from the participants, let me ask on behalf of you, let me ask some questions to address each of the panelists. That the first question is to ICAO, so Mohammed. So to ICAO, as international passenger air traffic starting to grow recently, and COVID-19 soon to be known as an endemic. So what is ICAO guidance and recommendations to its member states, both for reviewing national policies or developing operational guidance of air transport in order to minimize the impact for any forthcoming waves of the COVID-19 or any other barriers of public health measures for air travel? So Mohammed, can you answer the question?
Yes, thank you very much, Matao. Actually, during the work of the CART, IQ has produced a lot of guidance material. I hope you can hear me, Matao.
Yes, we can hear.
Industry. And I think the most prominent document that we produced, which is the Cross-Border Risk Management Manual, which details how states and industry deal with the COVID-19 pandemic in different modules. We have a module specific to airports, module to airlines, module to air navigation service providers. So this manual gives really a good guidance to states regarding this issue. And this manual is updated frequently. Most inputs are coming from the CAPSCA, as the President of the Council mentioned this morning. And we have also provided a lot of materials for dealing with security issues during the pandemic, also the operational viability of the airlines. We have heard the term of rusty airlines, rusty aircrafts, rusty crew during the pandemic. So bringing people back to the operation was such a challenge, and ICAO has developed some recommendations regarding this area. What I think we need to do and continue working on, as Conrad has mentioned, is we have to continue working on in the area of digitalization, how we can provide interoperability of health certificates, because this is an essential part of building the resilience for the future for aviation. And this needs a lot of collaboration between industry, state, our member states, and also other organizations. And ICAO is engaging with a lot of industry players and also with WHO to reach a point where really interoperability could be something that we can see on the ground. And we cannot blame the states by closing borders at some point, because even until now, some of the states in Asia are requesting tests upon arrival. And why do states request testing upon arrival? It's simply because they don't trust certificates coming from other states. They don't have means to authenticate these certificates at the border. So what we need to continue working on is really trying to find ways to authenticate these health certificates at the border. This will facilitate a lot the movement of people across borders. So I think ICAO needs to produce more guidance to states as we go, because we are not yet at the end of the pandemic. We might see some surprises. We are coming to the winter season in the northern hemisphere, and we might see a resurgence of cases. So we're not done yet, and we need to think of the resilience for the future by providing states with more guidance and recommendations to keep them up to the level of the changing pandemic situation. I will stop here, Matao. I know we're running out of time, so to give the chance to other speakers to jump in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. So my next question will to IATA.
losses suffered across the industry that Indonesia, that importantly, it showed all important measures that are taken by the government of Indonesia, that the restructuring, the debt payment scheme, and providing a tax and the cost relief of the aviation industry in order to reduce operation costs of the industry, and providing operational subsidies on the rules specified grants. And the DGCA Indonesia slots waivers policy, which is the temporary suspension of the slot allocation rules, and also temporary elevation of the regulatory restrictions on the air cargo operations to support expansion of air cargo operations, and also the guidelines issues to the industry to maintain uniformity into recovery procedures. So in order to strengthen the aviation industry, some of the important strategy presented by us, by the Secretary General of Indonesia, is encouraging more flexible and mutually benefit partnership between the air operators and the lessors, and encouraging airport operators to improve airport operational efficiency by considering eco-airport, and also important to streamlining the global protocol relating to public health, emergencies, security of travel, and health proof documents, which include the global protocols relating to the public health emergency and security of travel and the health proof documents. And we were provided a good insight in the experiences of airline sectors during the pandemic and how the aviation restart would be accelerated by Mr. Conrad Clifford. And he highlighted that the quarantine and testing requirements has been lifted in many countries now, which is a good sign to encourage more air travel. But the mandates is also keeping removed gradually by many countries. But despite this, we also show by him that the traffic in Asia Pacific is still lags the world air traffic. And North America has staged air travel recovery, well followed by Europe and other regions as well. So in the air cargo sector, we are showing that these are the concerns rising in recession. IATA statistics shows us that the COVID restrictions are still preventing the recovery process. And it's encouraging to see that Vietnam has bounced back to the pre-pandemic level as per the July 2022. And what is the impending recovery? That is factors such as travel restrictions for unvaccinated passengers, airline capacity limitations, high jet fuel prices now, geographical issues of the day, and also the restrictions for some leading countries like China, which is impact Asia Pacific region. So the most important factor to recovery is to see what is the industry look forward to enable the recovery. In that we noted removal, the remaining COVID restrictions will be the key to recovery. Introduction of the digital solutions for secure processing will be expedite the recovery. Timely preparation of the airport and the government to cope with the traffic increase is very important. We see some airport delays because of lack of the staff in the airport to provide service, especially in the North America, probably in the Montreal airport where I just travel, and not in Bangkok, but in North America we have these issues. And that securing the staff level is a crucial factor to maintain safety, security, and efficiency in the air transport operations. And the new regulations may also hinder the recovery process. So to sum up, ladies and gentlemen, good cooperation has never been so crucial. We are happy to note that the engagement and commitment of all stakeholders in building the aviation sector back better. By building from our sector's traditional strength in terms of consensus and cooperation, we can innovate to face down the most significant challenge international aviation has ever faced and emerge from it more resilient and sustainable. So in concluding, I wish to thank all the eminent panelists, Mr. Novi Runanto and Mr. Conrad Clifford, and who joined us on stage today, as well as Mr. Law Nansen and also Mr. Muhammad Ramha, who contribute virtually. I thank you very much for all of you to your cooperation. In this, I conclude my session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ma, as our moderator, and also thank you to all the speakers. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, as a form of gratitude, our host, the Ministry of Transportation of the Republic of Indonesia, will present the token of appreciation. And for that, would like to invite the Secretary General of the Ministry of Transportation of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Novi Rianto, and then IATA Senior Vice President and Deputy Director General, Mr. Conrad Clifford, and also our moderator, the regional directors of ICAO APAC, Mr. Toma, to please be on the position. And to present the token of appreciation, we would like to invite the Inspector General of Ministry of Transport of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Praminto Hadi Soekarno. To all the speakers and moderator, please be on the podium. The first token of appreciation to Mr. Novi Rianto. And for the next token of appreciation, we would like to present to Mr. Conrad Clifford and also to our moderator, Mr. Tauma. Once again, give a round of big applause, ladies and gentlemen, to all the speakers and moderator. Thank you very much. We would like to please you to be seated. Thank you. Well, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, that was our first panel session of the G20 Forum Aviation Dialogue on financial measures for the aviation recovery regarding the progress on global action for aviation recovery. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after this, we would like to please all delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and also Excellencies to enjoy the lunch session. The lunch session will be available in Exhibition Gallery located at the second floor of the Western Resort Nusa Dua Bali. And we will continue our agenda for the next panel session regarding the aircraft finance and leasing in the pandemic and beyond after the lunch. We would like to please you to come back again and join us after 1 hour. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. And as we Indonesians say, selamat makan, selamat menikmati. Thank you.
Dan Gunggung tadi mana? Ini ya? Ini. Ganti ya, Mas. Tes, tes. Tes, tes. Tes, tes, tes.
Cek, cek, cek. C. Cek one, satu. Cek, cek. C, C. C, cek, cek. C, E. Cek, satu. Lalu.
Check low.